Hi, welcome into the hot shop. Hi. I'll just let you know what we have going on today, and then, yeah, just feel free to hang out. We're only just getting started, but we have two different projects that we'll work on. One of which we are getting started on over on the left bench. We're going to be making some cylinders for the Museum of Glass store. Oh, and don't worry, we have a view of the left bench up on the screen. This will be using some interesting techniques, which I will point out as we go along. And then later in the day, we'll also be making this really interesting blown piece right here. This is a decanter, and it's going to be for our annual Red Hot auction that pops up every year in the fall. And the people you'll see on the floor today, they're our resident hot shop team, so they are familiar faces whenever you come down to the museum. So at this point, we've already gotten a bubble, and we already have a layer of color within this glass. So next we're moving on to just building up some more mass for the piece overall, getting some layers of clear. And we actually have a bucket kind of on the upper right corner of the screen on the floor. And this is filled with water for the most part, but also some baking soda mixed into the water. And when we dunk the glass inside of this bucket, that baking soda will stick to the surface and it will create air bubbles throughout the piece later on once we gather over top of that. Hi, welcome into the hot shop. I'll just let you know what we have going on real quick. So we're going to be working on at least two projects today. We are getting started on our first one over on the left bench already, which we have a view of up on the screen. This is eventually going to turn into a cylinder of glass I'm not quite sure how large this is going to be yet. I assume relatively large. It will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And we do have one more important detail for this piece of glass. We will be dunking the entire bubble into a bucket of baking soda water mixture. And that's going to stick to the surface and form air bubbles within the wall of the piece. So that's just one of the design elements. And to create perfectly straight cylinder walls, we'll usually use this setup right here, so you'll see us use that soon. And in the future on this day, we'll also see some of these made, which I'll turn so you can see the silhouette a little bit better. But this is a decanter that is going to be sold during our Red Hot auction that we have annually in the fall. So this is the theme for this year. I think it's supposed to be reminiscent of like an older library. This appears to be like a wax stamp on the front, and we have a lot of moody colors and golden colors. So you can expect that for the goblet theme as well. Oh, and this is interesting. We don't usually see this on the floor over on the right, but I'll point out this is the furnace that is used for the mobile hot shop, and that is going to be set up for an event coming up pretty soon. It'll be the Seattle Art Fair. Also, the fact that we have brought this glass over to the center bench means that we are starting to blow this piece out and turn it into our cylinder. So this is where all of the blowing and glass blowing comes into play. So at the center bench, we have created our jack line, which is that divot near the pipe. This is essentially our breaking point, and we'll take the entire piece off from that line later on. And if you guys are curious, I was asking Nick about the process that he's going through over on the right. He is gathering layer after layer of clear on the end of the pipe. And this is actually just to get rid of what's inside of the furnace so they can replace it with fresh, new clear glass mixture. They're not quite sure what exact glass is inside of there. And it's been sitting in there for a little while, so they're getting it ready. And now to start making this cylinder, the glass is heated up and then stretched out by hanging it towards the floor. And then finally we started using that setup in the front. We'll probably see them use it a little bit more. And this is just a wooden board laid out with wet newspaper over top. So now that we finished the lower half of the cylinder, aka we just flattened the bottom, we are able to bring over another pipe and attach that to the bottom of the piece, and then we'll completely break it off of this pipe that it was originally made on. And the idea behind that process is just to flip the orientation of the piece and get access to the other side of it. And we'll be able to open up the top fully into these straight cylindrical walls. And once that connection is made, they just let it cool down for a few seconds, make sure everything is lined up. And then they will break the piece off of the pipe using a little bit of water to basically thermally shock that connection point. And with the tap of a pipe, that piece is popped right off. Yeah, so we're just heating up the front of the cylinder right now so that we're able to open it up. And to start opening it up, Gabe is using some tweezers to stretch out the opening, kind of thin this glass out. And all this glass will be cut off or broken off. It's just a little bit of excess. And after just one more heat, Gabe is able to open up the cylinder to its full size. And to finish it off, they'll usually go on the outside of the piece, especially if it has these straight walls like this. And they will spin pretty quickly, which pushes the glass into the blades. And yeah, welcome into the hot shop, by the way, for you who just joined in. We are working on some store items at the moment. We're making at least a couple of these cylinders, and yeah, they will go into the Museum of Glass store. There's a couple of important design aspects when it comes to this piece. We have a blow-through, which has created a gradient of color across the piece, and then we also have a baking soda and water mixture that we dip the glass in to get all these little air bubbles trapped within the walls of the piece. So those are two parts of the design that will stand out quite a bit, and if you stick around, you'll be able to see those things happen again and understand how we get there. But yeah, we're just finishing this cylinder off. These guys, they make the glass blowing look really easy. The majority of the team that works here full time, they have between 20 and 30 years of glass blowing experience. Oh yeah, and I think I saw you. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined in. We are just finishing off this cylinder. I think we're getting ready to break it off right at this moment. And to break any piece off of any pipe, we'll usually apply a little bit of water to this connection, enough to crack that connection and pop the piece off. That water is going to cause some thermal shock and a lot of cracking. It will torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is something we try to do for all of our store pieces whenever we can, and this is, once again, a store piece. And just like that, our first piece of the day is done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing the first, piece of the day. Many more to come. Thank you to those who are listening to me. Now I can give my introduction again since you guys joined in at least partway through the process. So once again, we have our hot shop team on the floor. These are our resident team members, and you'll see these guys as familiar faces. They're always down here on the floor. And we're just working on a couple of different things today. We're making some store items like you just saw, but we are also going to be working on some items for our upcoming Red Hot auction. So this is the decanter for this year. Each year they choose a theme, and based off of that theme, they'll create decanters and goblets as sets or sold individually, depending on what the individual wants. And yeah, this theme has almost a little bit of a ancient feel to it. This is physically textured on the surface. It's not just visual. And it almost appears like there's a wax stamp on the front of it, but it's all glass. The texturing, the stamping, everything is all glass. So we'll see that process later on once they finish these first store items first. Oh, and something interesting that we don't usually see is this piece of equipment over on the right. And I'm kind of excited to talk about it. So I've been mentioning it, but this furnace in the back, it's much smaller than what we usually use, but that's because it's our mobile hot shop furnace. And we have our mobile hot shop being sent out pretty soon for the Seattle Art Fair. So if you'd like to see some live glass blowing during that event, then try to check that out. Catch us while we're there. All right, so it sounds like we're actually getting started on the red hot piece now. Once again, the decanter. Also, just to point out, we have a couple of other fun things coming up. The museum is open for free once a month on third Thursdays in the evening from, I think, 5 to 8 p.m. every third Thursday. And that's coming up on the 17th this month. And then we also have a large event coming up called Glass Fest Northwest, and that'll be taking place right outside of the museum. They'll set up a bunch of tents, they'll have food trucks, and a bunch of artists that will be vendors and also doing glass demonstrations in the hot shop. And of course, the best part is that it's free admission into the museum and to the festival that day. And that's coming up in August. So we've already started our piece. We've gathered a layer of clear glass on the end of our pipe, and we are using frit for some of our coloring, which, if you don't know what frit is, it's basically these shards of colored glass, almost like really tiny little pebbles that we're picking up on the outside of the clear and then melting down. So this color will eventually be used for the stamp, for the foot, and for the handle, I believe, for this decanter. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I can luckily point out exactly what we're working on now, this decanter right here on the front pedestal. And this is the theme for this year's Red Hot auction. So each year in the fall, we have an auction, and we'll make a theme. And based off of that theme, we'll make a decanter and some goblets. These will be sold as sets or individually based off of what people would like to buy during the Red Hot auction. Now, we are just getting started on this piece over on the left bench, which we can see a view of up on the screen. And the people you see on the floor, by the way, they are, of course, our resident hot shop team. They work here full time, and they'll help visiting artists that come through, which we do have a visiting artist next week, by the way. So this tank that Max is going to dip inside of, this is where we're getting all of our raw material for the piece, aka the clear glass. And this, as you can imagine, is just filled with molten clear glass, kind of the texture of honey. It's sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it stays on 24/7. We never turn it off, we never turn it down. And to make a bigger piece, we basically just layer upon layer of glass on the end of our pipe. And next we sit down and we start using a block, which is basically this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And we keep this constantly saturated in water. The idea is to form a layer of steam in between the glass and the wood so that the wood's not burning and the glass is not going to get shock from the water. We'll use this a couple of times in between heats to make sure that the heat is evenly distributed all throughout the bubble and we have this nice round shape. Now this move is a little bit hard to describe, but Gabe was holding on to a section of the bubble and pulling out away from the pipe, and this is creating the shoulder of the piece and stretching out the remaining section of the glass, creating the neck. So if they were to make something like a bottle, this is usually how they'd stretch the neck out. And yeah, once again, this is all clear glass so far still. We still have yet to apply our color for this piece. And it might be hard to believe that it's clear for some folks, but the glass will radiate light when it's this hot and it glows like lava. Lava is probably the best comparison to what we're working with in the hot shop. And since these are going to be in the red hot auction, we're just making sure to hit around the same size each time. So we're using some calipers, double checking the height so far. And Max has come over with a solid bit of solid bit of glass. And this has the sort of reddish, brownish color applied to the entire surface. And this is going to turn into the foot for our decanter. They just have to do a bit of shaping before it's finished. And then using a graphite paddle, this is flattened out before sandwiching it between a paddle and the metal jacks. And welcome to those who just joined in. I want to point out once again the piece on the pedestal to your guys' right. So this is what we're making right now. And this is a decanter for our upcoming Red Hot auction that we have once in the fall. We have just finished the overall shape of the body. We've attached the foot of the decanter. And next we bring over another pipe. This has a clear glass connection on the end of it, which we attach to the bottom of the piece before breaking the entire piece off from its original pipe. And this is done using a little bit of water to shock or crack that connection. And then a tap of the pipe to pop it off. So now doing this, we've flipped the orientation of the piece. We could start opening it up and finishing basically the top half of the piece. And I want to point out real quick, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention, raise your hand, let me know. Could be questions about things you've seen in the gallery, for example, or just whatever you have. Yeah, exactly. It's just to support more weight, but yeah, we call it the yoke, and there are two ball bearings that turn and allow us to spin the pipe more easily. Yeah, welcome to everyone who's joining in. Wow, a lot of new people down on the floor. Yeah, for those who just joined in, as I was kind of talking about this piece of the front, this is what we're making right now. And I'll turn it so you can see the full shape a little bit better. It has a handle and everything. This is a decanter, which is being made for an upcoming event that we have each year called Red Hot. And this is an auction for the Museum of Glass. So we already have the body of the piece. We've created the foot, and we're now going to start moving on to some details, it looks like. The people you see on the floor, by the way, these are the people that work here full time. They're our resident hot shop team. And Gabe has just folded the lip over itself, creating an even thicker opening or rim. It's just another style. Yeah, and just to point out, I do want to give a little overview of the hot shop to everyone who just joined in, but I don't want to miss any exciting moments. So I'm going to wait for Ben to bring over this bit of glass he's been working on. It looks like he's making the handle for the piece. So this is the same color as the foot, which is this sort of reddish brown color, like the original piece on the pedestal. So Ben has just brought over that piece of glass. This has already been shaped into a long, skinny shape, the overall shape of our handle. And this is stretched out before being twisted and pushed against the surface of the piece to complete the handle. So now that they've attached that handle, they're just working on that second connection they've made. They're going to try to twist it a little bit more, it looks like. And they've been heating up that second connection, making sure it sticks more securely. Now I do want to give a little overview. So really good example, Max is using one of our glass furnaces right now. This is where we get all of our materials to start off with. So sitting inside of here is a crucible filled with molten clear glass, sitting at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that's a lot of heat. The texture of the glass at that temperature is a lot like honey. And so just like honey, we stick our heated pipe into the molten glass, and all we have to do is turn, and it gathers a ball up on the end. And from there, we can, we could get our color, we can bring it over like a handle, we can gather layer after layer of clear and get more material to work with in general. And these open face furnaces at each bench, these are glory holes. They run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so they're a little bit warmer. And we do have multiple of these on throughout the day. Usually when you come in, we do have 2 on today. And yeah, there's not a huge difference between them. We just want to work at multiple benches at the same time. So that's my very general overview. Eventually, when I have a moment, I'd love to talk about how we get color in the glass as well. But just now we have brought over yet another bit of that same color. And this is going to be heated up and then stamped. And this is the Museum of Glass logo that we're stamping down. All right, so now I should have a moment to talk about the color. Since we've been bringing over so many bits of color, it is definitely a good time to tie it in. But the color for this reddish brown glass is coming from something called frit, which are these shards of color that we roll the clear glass over top of to kind of pick up on the outside. So if you look closely at any of these pieces, you'll actually see a sort of speckled appearance of the color. It's not solid. It's from those shards sticking to the clear glass. And the different colors themselves, they come from metals, minerals, oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture in the very beginning. And we get that color shipped in, so we don't make the color ourselves, we just use it. And we are going to kind of disappear around the corner temporarily, but we should have a view of this up on the screen. We're going to what's called the powder booth. And inside of the powder booth, as you might guess, we use powdered colored glass. We just make sure to use this station so that we don't inhale any of that powdered glass. It's very dangerous. And this is that golden color you see on the surface of the piece. They have to do this close to the end so that it stays matte and textured. You can actually feel the texture on the surface of the piece. And the glass is heated up basically just enough for this color to stick to the surface. And it looks like they are done with this piece now as well. So we'll get ready to break the piece off of the pipe and put it away. We'll usually torch any kind of quote-unquote weak points of the piece. We'll also torch the clear glass that's connecting the piece and the pipe together. And we'll torch that connection until we see some movement. Then we know it's safe to apply some water, crack that connection, and pop the piece off. Yeah, it blends in really well because it's technically a transparent color. It's just very textured on the surface of the clear. Yeah. Yeah, not really. I mean, you can actually feel the texture on the handle and the base of the piece. Yeah. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing our first decanter of the day. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, so this is the annealer. I know a lot of you haven't seen us use this yet. Sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we will continuously load pieces inside of it at that temperature. It keeps everything warm and happy, and then we press a button, and everything very slowly cools down overnight. And this is all to prevent thermal shock. If we were to break a piece off of the pipe and just set it on the floor, for example, it could start cracking in a matter of maybe seconds to maybe a couple of minutes. Yeah, it can happen pretty quickly. Yeah, once again, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. I know kids usually have a lot of questions, so don't be shy. Actually, they don't get a lot of burns. Yeah, these guys have been working with glass for a long time, and any burns they do get are usually very small. But yeah, they've all been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years. So, I mean, they're usually not staring directly into the hole. They have that mesh there that they can look through if they need to. And oftentimes they don't even look at all. They'll just be like talking over their shoulder, just turning in there. But we do have some glasses that we'll use for certain situations, these ones, and they block, I think it's a sulfur flare, something like that, from torches. Or if we're using that bright handheld flame that they used at the end there, if we're using that for a prolonged period of time, sometimes they'll use these to protect their eyes. So I think that usually happens from working too much. Like if you're in a glass factory and your only job is to blow the glass over and over and over again, you're not doing anything else. And there's also certain techniques to use. We also have hand puffers where we can inflate the glass by kind of squeezing this tool. But for the most part, you're not actually just exhaling to inflate a piece of glass. It's more so like you're using the muscles in your cheeks. So that is a concern with blowing glass. But yeah, these guys, they all switch off and take on different roles depending on the day. So they never overuse those muscles. So the glass that we use is a soda lime glass. So it's soda ash, limestone, and mostly silica sand. So sand, as people would imagine, melts it down and it turns into our specific glass mixture. As for the materials themselves, I actually don't know where we source them. I think these guys might know, just because they've been here almost since the museum opened. Uh, so to work with glass, we need to melt it, kind of like to work with sugar to make candy. We need to melt the sugar. So there are lots of different materials we need to melt to work with. We melt metal, we melt glass, we melt sugar, and yeah, it's just we have to use a certain amount of heat to get there. And this is technically enough heat to make the metal soft in the hot shop, which is interesting. Yeah, so we make the stopper separately, and it is made out of glass. It's more of like a decorative stopper. It doesn't fit as securely as cork would. Yeah, it's more so like I think they place it on top to kind of stop dust from going into the opening. No, it's not tight at all. Yeah, it's just glass and it's kind of resting on the opening, almost like the lid to a jar. It doesn't really have a seal, but yeah. Per year is a really difficult question because we can make over a dozen pieces a day depending on the piece that we're making. But then there are some days where we work on maybe one really large, complicated piece, and there are some artists that even work on one piece over the course of weeks or months. Because you can heat up and cool down glass as many times as you need to, as long as you're heating it up and cooling it down very slowly. So we've gotten started on the next bottle. I think one of the most interesting parts in making this bottle is stretching the neck out. Gabe uses the jacks, which are those two metal blades, and kind of lightly holds onto the bubble and stretches it out away from the pipe, and that creates our neck. It's the same idea for making necks of bottles, but once again, we're making a decanter specifically. And I think it's interesting that we're applying the color at the very end. This is, of course, to keep the texture on the surface. Otherwise, we would usually apply it before this point even. Yeah, glass blowing is a very difficult process. Once again, these guys, they have heard 10 and then about 30 years experience for a couple of the others. But even then, it's still going to take time to make a piece of glass. There's a lot of effort that goes into it. Every step, like we've just blown out the body and now we've made the foot. A quick way to make glass is blowing glass into a mold. Well, still not even super fast depending on the project, but to get the exact shape you want in one go. We do have molds that we use every once in a great while. So this move is arguably one of the more important ones. We've attached a pipe to the bottom of the piece, and then we apply some water to that connection point, pop the piece off. The entire idea behind this move is to just flip the orientation of the piece. So now we have access to the top of the neck, and we can start to open this piece up a little bit and work on basically the top half of the piece. And just to check in and make sure everyone is updated for anyone that's recently joined, I want to point out once again that this is the piece that we're working on right here on the front pedestal. And this is a decanter for our upcoming Red Hot auction that we have once a year in the fall. And basically the idea is each year we'll choose a different theme. Based off of that theme, we'll make a bunch of decanters and goblets that all match, that people can buy as sets, or they can even buy the goblets individually. But yeah, this is our decanter for the year. Yeah, I did just get a question about variation, so I'll point out each of these pieces do turn out maybe very slightly different from each other. They might have a little bit of a thicker color in some places, a little bit of a thinner color, might be a teensy bit taller or shorter. And this is, in my opinion, not really an error. It's proof that it's handmade rather than the glass just being pushed into a mold over and over again. It's instead made by hand by this talented team of glassblowers. So, pieces do not break very often in this hot shop unless they're making something really experimental, something they're not as comfortable with as they usually are. And for example, goblets, which we will be seeing those some other time in the future that will go along with these decanters. Goblets are one of the most technically challenging things you can make out of glass just because of how many small components there are. They're all assembled and everything is just thin and balancing on top of each other. It's crazy. They're very difficult to make. Those are more likely to break than something like a decanter or vase or a bowl. So I talked about this earlier a little bit. People don't often get burned in this hot shop, and when they do, it's usually very small. Just because these guys are really professional. They've been in this studio for a really long time, too, so they're familiar with the environment. So we just brought over an elongated piece of colored glass, which is going to be attached and used as the handle. And we'll use this same color, once again, all throughout the piece. We used it for the foot, we used it for the handle, and we'll also use it for this stamp. And then to apply our final layer of color, this technically goes over top of everything. And it's done at the very end to make sure that the glass stays textured. And yeah, welcome to everyone who just joined in. As I was just pointing out, we are making this piece right here that you see on the pedestal. And I'm going to turn it so that you guys can see it a little bit better from over there. But we have a handle right here on the other side as well. This is a decanter that's being made for our annual Red Hot auction. And we're pretty far along in this piece already. We just have to attach that bit of color in the front and stamp it to create the appearance of a wax seal on the front. And I want to give you all a little overview of the hot shop so that you can understand the heat of everything in here and where we're getting our glass to begin with. So in this tank in the back with the closed door, this is our glass furnace. And for those who can't see that one, we have one kind of in the far back over there. And this is where we get our raw material. We have a pool of molten glass sitting inside of there at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is the texture of honey when it comes fresh out of the furnace. We're able to pick up some color like we've done for this piece of glass here. We're stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo right now. And to point out one more important piece of equipment, this large open-faced furnace, this is our glory hole, and it runs between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's a little bit warmer than even the molten glass itself. It reheats the glass quickly. And pretty soon here we will disappear around the corner. This is where we apply that final layer of color just across the surface to create this texture. So around the corner is our powder booth. We have to do this inside of this booth that has good ventilation. And could we have a view of the powder booth, please? Thank you. So up on the screen we can see this now. We have a camera in there. We just don't want to inhale any powdered glass that is dangerous, so we use this booth to prevent that from happening. And we just sprinkle this onto the surface of the glass and get it just hot enough that it permanently sticks to the surface, but not hot enough to completely melt that glass in. Yeah, I just want to mention real quick, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention by raising your hand and letting me know. Yeah, there are lots of different things you could ask. Doesn't even necessarily have to be about what you're seeing on the hot shop floor. Also, at this point, we are getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. And to break this piece off of the pipe, we apply a little bit of water with the tweezers right near the end of the pipe before tapping. That pops the piece off. We torch the bottom to get rid of any sharpness that remains from that connection, and this piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing our decanter. So this has gone inside of the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, this sits at almost 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is a happy medium temperature. We just continuously load our finished pieces into that box, and then at the end of the day, we press a button to very slowly cool everything down. And this is usually an overnight cycle, so we don't see those pieces until the next day. Yeah, so pieces, if you put them away a little bit too cold, they can crack while they're in there. And these guys, they have a lot of experience. I've never seen that happen except for when we have a new mixture or something is off. But yeah, pieces can break in there. So are you asking about the color itself, like where we get color to begin with, or? Yeah, so there's a couple of different ways to do it. Like the way you saw us get the color on the surface here, we actually just sprinkled powdered glass on the surface. But for the other components, like this one, this is something called frit, which are larger pieces of glass, kind of these shards of color, and we roll the clear glass inside of it to pick it up on the outside. And if you look at the cross section of any piece of blown glass, you'll usually see the glass is mostly clear and it's just a thin layer of color. And sometimes it's on the surface, sometimes it's sandwiched between layers of clear, so it depends on the piece. And I can actually play a video kind of showing that off. Could we see the color overlay video, please?
Glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we are getting started on the next decanter already. This all starts with some clear glass on the end of a blowpipe. We already have a bubble inside of this glass, by the way. I'm sure you can tell. We get the bubble as soon as we get our layer of clear on the end of the pipe, our first layer. And we've just moved on to using the block, which is that wooden spoon-shaped tool, kind of smoothing, rounding the glass out. And we're heating and doing this a couple of times to make sure the heat is evenly dispersed, and overall the bubble will blow out evenly because of this process. And now we're able to start blowing this out. We kind of guide which way the bubble blows out by using this pad, which is just folded up newspaper soaked or splashed with water, surprisingly. This is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. Yeah, so the decanters are being made alongside with some goblets of the same theme or color scheme, and all of those are going to be sold during our Red Hot auction that we have each year in the fall. Yeah, that's coming up pretty soon. And we do as much prep work for this kind of whenever we can, because we have so many visiting artists that come through, we have to just squeeze in and really manage the leftover time. So we've already stretched out the neck for this decanter, and now we can blow out that remaining section for our body. Yeah, so the blowing is usually very smooth and consistent, and we'll blow pretty gently sometimes, depending on what we need. Surprisingly gently, more than what people might imagine. And yeah, we do have this hand puffer, which I pointed out a couple of times today. It's just a little bit stronger, and you can't really feel how hard it's blowing into the glass. It's a little less controllable. Now, while they were blowing this piece out at the center bench, the foot for the piece was being prepared at the same time over on the left. And this is why we have two benches lit up in the first place, so we could work at multiple places at once. And I get questions about that, which is why I pointed it out. So there's not really a difference between the heat of those two pieces of equipment. We just want to work at multiple places. And now we can shape the foot by kind of sandwiching it between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. And give it a little bit of that angling that you can see in the final product. And now we have basically finished the lower half of the piece. So Ben is gathering another layer of clear on the end of his pipe over there and is going to bring this over and attach it to the bottom of the piece eventually once it's shaped and cooled a certain amount. And for those who just joined in, I want to share what we're working on with you all. So this decanter on the front pedestal is what we're making right at this moment. We're just making of course, we're making the decanter itself minus the lid. Those will be made separately and then attached later on. Everything is glass. So now we've just attached that pipe to the bottom. And once that connection has set up a little bit and it's not moving too much, then they'll break the entire piece off from its original pipe. And the way this is broken off, so we just apply a little bit of water that thermally shocks the glass enough to cause cracking in that connection. And then we just tap the pipe, sending a vibration to those cracks, popping the piece entirely off. And I see there are a bunch of new people who have just joined in, so welcome into the hot shop, everyone. And right now we are working on making this decanter you'll see on the front pedestal. I'll show it off, kind of turn it so you all can see the handle from various positions in the audience. But yeah, this is for our upcoming Red Hot auction that we have each year in the fall. And each year we choose a completely different theme. And based off of that theme, we'll create a variety, well, not a variety, we'll create goblets and decanters. And these can be sold as sets. And I think you can also buy the goblets individually as well. So yeah, we're making one of those decanters right now. You'll notice we don't have that overall color on the surface of the glass yet, that kind of matte finish. This is applied at the very end. And I think that process is pretty interesting. But right now we're just going to start finishing off the top or the opening of the piece, and then we'll be able to create our handle and give it a stamp in the front that almost looks like a little wax seal. There are a lot of different details in this final product. So with the opening of the piece, this is completely flared out, and then it's actually folded back onto itself to create an even thicker lip. But this is all just a little bit of excess glass. And to break off excess glass, sometimes this is stretched out, formed into a disc, and then broken off. Sometimes it's trimmed off with a pair of shears. Also, since we have a decent amount of people in here, I want to make sure that I'm sharing this every once in a while. A few fun events we have coming up that are all completely free. We have Third Thursday, which happens every single month on, of course, the third Thursday. And this is from 5 to 8 p.m. There will be free admission into the museum. We also have a large event coming up, which is Glass Fest Northwest. And that has artists' booths where they're selling their art, showing off their work. There will be glass demos, food trucks, and music. And there's free admission to the event and into the museum that entire day. That's coming up in August. So if you can make that, definitely check it out. And we also are going to have our mobile hot shop as well as basically a little gallery set up over at the Seattle Art Fair, which is next weekend. So not this coming, but next. So those are a few different things we have coming up that are pretty exciting, and check them out if you can. So while they've been working on the opening of this piece at the center bench, Ben has been preparing the handle for the piece over on the left. So he's taken some clear glass, he's picked up some color, and he's started to shape this into this long, flat shape. And this is brought over and attached to the neck first before being cut off, stretched, and attached to the lower portion of our decanter. Yeah, this has to be done all in that one move to make sure that that small piece of glass is maintaining its heat. So they really only have that one try. And one more bit of that same color has been prepared and then brought over. This is going to be attached on the opposite side as the handle. And once again, this is turning into something that has the appearance of like a wax stamp on the bottle. So this is the Museum of Glass logo we're stamping onto the front. And this is cooled off to make sure we're not changing the shape of the body of the decanter. Also, something I haven't really pointed out much is the glass looks pretty cool right now, pretty solid, right? But it's still at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So the glass is going to stay solid up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So even if there's a piece of glass that pops off, or there's something that looks cold in the hot shop, whether it be a piece or a metal tool, we never touch it because there's just so much heat in here. And we move to the other bench, and soon we'll disappear around the corner to our powder booth. This booth is the thing we use to sprinkle powder or sift powder onto various pieces of glass. And this just makes sure that we don't inhale any of that powdered glass while we're using it. So there's some good ventilation in there. And this is how we get that texture and color across the surface of the piece overall. We do it at the very end to make sure that we don't fully melt it in while we're changing the shape and doing other things with the piece. And this is heated up just enough to make sure that the color sticks to the surface of the glass. And something interesting to point out, if you look at the face of this furnace that we're using right now, you can actually see flames coming out the top. So we've actually changed the amount of gas that's being pushed into the glory hole at the moment. And this is going to react with the glass on the surface and start to change its color. So this is kind of a golden metallic finish in some places, and that's what we're trying to achieve. Oh yeah, I didn't explain how the flame does that. So basically the idea is within the glass there are all of those metals and oxides, right, that are mixed in to get the initial colors, and using this flame actually pulls those metals to the surface and creates that sort of metallic finish. Yeah, we use a lot of different physics and chemistry in the hot shop without even realizing it. And now that we are finished, we just apply some water to the end of the pipe, break that connection, tap the pipe to pop it off, just like earlier. And we'll torch the bottom to make sure no sharp ends remain, and then this piece is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that decanter. Thank you, everyone. So this box, I have been pointing it out each time we finish a piece. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we'll just constantly load pieces inside of that box, keeps them at a warm, healthy temperature so they don't break, And then we press a button to very slowly cool everything overnight, so usually about 8 to 12 hours, depending on the thickness of the glass. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And it seems like we're making these continuously today, just as many as we can get done, because once again, that auction is coming up. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask away. It's always the best time to ask when we have a little bit of a lull. Oh, wow, it said LOL on the screen. I meant like LULL, lol. Yeah, so there's actually molten glass inside of specifically the tanks with the closed doors, like what Max is inside of right now. So this is our glass furnace, and it's sitting... actually, we keep it constantly running, 24/7. No? Yeah, we can heat and cool down glass as many times as we want. Yeah. But, yeah, just stays constantly heated. We throw more mixture in there maybe once a week, maybe twice a month, depending on how much we're using. And the mixture is soda ash, limestone, and then mostly silica sand, as all glasses are. Yeah. And it stays at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. So at that temperature, the glass is a lot like honey, and we gather it up on the end of our pipe, like gathering honey on a wooden dowel. Yeah, welcome to those who have just joined us in the hot shop. I just want to point out real quick what we are going to be making, which is this decanter right here on the front pedestal. So if you guys want to compare what you see in the hot shop to final product, this is what we're making, once again, right here. This is for our upcoming Red Hot auction, which we have once a year in the fall. And there is a lot of layering of design in this piece, a lot of different techniques we use. But this is all starting with some clear glass on the end of our pipe, like you see up on the screen. And this has already been blown out into a bubble. I want to make sure that you guys know if you have any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. I can answer any glass questions, whether it's things you see in the gallery or things you see in the hot shop. So feel free to ask away. So the molten glass sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit inside of the glass furnace, which you all just saw us go inside of that door that we opened. That's the glass furnace. And this stays on 24/7. We never turn it off. If anything, we actually turn it up when we load a new mixture in. And then these open face furnaces, these are our glory holes. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And we have 2 of these on at the moment, so 2 different benches, but there's not actually a significant difference between the temperatures. It's just to work at 2 different places at the same time. Yeah, we'll have different pieces of glass going on, and then we'll bring them together. So we actually do just keep this flame on frequently whenever we're just working in the hot shop. Keep it on all day except for when we take a lunch break. And we do that because we have to actually turn the knob and then ignite it with a different torch to turn it on in the first place. So that would just be quite a hassle. Instead, we could just reach back and grab it and use it. So we keep it lit for convenience. So the furnace has all of these insulating bricks inside of it, or kind of making up the walls. And surprisingly, glass is mostly made of silica sand. So a lot of other high heat materials are also made out of silica sand. It's just a more pure form, or they mix other things inside of it. Yeah, so to work with the glass, we have to get it hot enough, and we have to get it over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit for it to start moving at all. So the glass is always going to be 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer in the hot shop when we start working with it, or even when we finish it off. It's going to be hovering just around that temperature. Now we have just stretched the neck out for the decanter. We created a divot right on the end of the pipe, right off the end of the pipe, and this is going to be our breaking point. We'll take the piece off from there later on. And just in case I've missed any newcomers, I want to point out again that this is what we're making right here on the front pedestal. This is a decanter that is along with our 2025 Red Hot theme. So we have our auction once a year called Red Hot, and it happens in the fall. And each year we pick a theme, and we'll create some decanters, and we'll create some goblets based off of that theme. So this is our theme for this year. So while they work on blowing this piece out at the center bench, getting the overall shape of the body and the neck, Max is over on the left bench. He's preparing a solid piece of glass with some color on the outside. This will be brought over and attached to create the foot. I got that question earlier, and that's almost impossible to answer because we make a huge variety of numbers of pieces a day. So for example, sometimes we'll work on one really complex project the entire day, and it takes the entire day. Sometimes we'll make the same item over and over again, and we're making like ornaments for the store, and we'll make like 30 of them. So it really depends on what we're making. Make thousands of pieces of glass a year, probably. Yeah, so there's just a line running some gas into the torch, and it's just constantly lit. Also, yeah, we just dropped the solid piece of color. Once again, this is turning into our foot. So to shape this up and turn it into our foot, they're going to use a couple of paddles. They'll use the jacks again, which are those two metal blades we've been using on and off. Working on some pretty complex pieces the other day. Nancy Callan was down here. She has a ton of work in our galleries at the moment. And there were, I think it was like 10 to a dozen people down here working at basically every single, every single bench. And there were like 3 or 4 people per bench usually. And some of those pieces came together. One of the benches was prep work for future days. And so, yeah, they were just taking up the whole hot shop. Yeah. So oftentimes they actually do sign pieces. Frequently it's just museum of glass for the store, and it'll be a stamp or a signature if they can't stamp it. And then if it's a specialized item, then they sign them individually if it's something they design themselves. So these guys, they do work here at the museum full time, but they also are individual artists and they create their own work. So those are scrap pieces from maybe trimming, and actually, yeah, it's all trimming so far. Just a little bit of excess glass. And sadly, we can't reuse what falls on the floor. Picks up pieces of debris. It's still hot enough that it's able to lodge into the glass. And on top of that, there's usually color and clear glass mixed together, so it's no longer pure in either way. But this is all the scrap we create, and we do reuse as much clear glass as we can whenever we can. Now, I like that question. I get that question a lot. What's the biggest piece we've ever made? So I've seen a couple of really big pieces made in this hot shop. They were both upwards of about 80 pounds of glass. One of them was a clear glass bell jar, which a bell jar is basically a glass dome or a glass covering you'd put over something. And that was 80 pounds of clear glass. It actually snapped the head off of a pipe. It probably didn't have a great weld to it, they said, but still, it's really impressive. And yeah, that was just incredible to see. And then more recently, the artist who made those pieces on the water right here outside of the entrance of the museum, he came in relatively recently, and he made a really big piece of glass that has that similar kind of grassy, wavy shape. And that was also upwards of maybe about 80 pounds, I think they said. And it was solid glass this time. So it's just insane to see those big pieces made. So the different colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides that are mixed into the glass, and that will turn into a glass color. We don't make colors ourselves. We actually get them shipped in, and we use them in various forms. So we have a powdered color that we'll be using on the surface of the glass to get this finished texture and color. And then we also have the color that we've been using for all these details like this. And that is a little bit different. We're using frit, which are shards of color, so bigger than powder. And we're picking that up to create kind of a speckled layer of color. So if you look a little closer, like front row can definitely see it with the light shining through the foot, all those speckles of color within the colored glass. And then we do use another form of coloring that gives us a seemingly solid, smooth layer of color on the surface, and that is something completely different, which I could show you guys a video once we have a moment. Also, we have just brought the handle over. This has to be done in one go, I've been pointing out. So this is stretched out, cut off, and then immediately twisted to finish it off. They'll usually torch this second connection they make to the side of the piece, making sure that it solidly stays attached, since that second connection was a little colder. And then we also have the kind of wax seal or wax stamp on the opposite side of the handle. Once again, that same color as all of our other details. And I think some people were interested in this when I was talking to some people in the audience, so I'll mention it to everyone. But I've been talking a little bit about some other pieces, such as what's in the galleries. And I was talking about the insects that were in the galleries. I hope a lot of you guys have seen them already. I think they're really impressive, and they use a completely different kind of glass making than what you see in the hot shop. So this is flame working. You see this small torch with that really bright blue flame. It's essentially that same amount of power. There'll usually be a table-mounted torch, and they'll use these small rods of colored glass to kind of build up balls or to add details and material to the piece. And once again, that's called flame working. Completely different. It's very detail-oriented. Yeah, we're just stamping the Museum of Glass logo when it comes to that little stamp in the front. I think if they didn't have that, they would probably be individually signing the bottom of all of these decanters. They frequently will try to get that signature in somewhere in these incredible, hard to make pieces. These are really important pieces of glass. Now we've gone over to the next bench, and soon we'll go around the corner to our powder booth, which a lot of you saw with the last piece, and we have a view of up on the screen now. So the reason we use this, once again, is to avoid inhaling any of that powdered glass. It has some good ventilation in there. And we are going to sift this colored glass over the surface of the piece. And this is done after we've gotten all of our other details. We have our foot, we have our handle, we have the stamp on the other side, so that we have this physical kind of grainy texture on the surface, and it gives it this matte appearance. So I got a question about my favorite color, and I got a question about most expensive color, and I like to mention this quite a bit, but the most expensive color in glass is usually going to be the cranberry pink or cranberry red, and that's coming from gold chloride. So they're quite literally using gold to make this purplish pinkish color, and it is a really pretty color too, which is too bad because it's so expensive. But yeah. And now, looks like we are pretty much finished, so we'll add some water to the end of the pipe and knock it off. I actually have no idea about the costs of things personally. For glass, I mean, I know kind of individual pieces of color costs. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece, please. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, these are being made for our yearly auction called Red Hot. They kind of vary year by year. I think that they make about 35 to 50 decanters, and then they try to make, I think, 2 to 3 goblets per decanter. So, yeah, exactly, yeah. And then that's it. That's the only time they make this specific design. Yeah. Yeah, once again, this box that the piece has gone inside of, this is the annealer, and it's going to very slowly cool this piece of glass down, and this is all just to prevent thermal shock. So if you haven't seen that box yet, it's what it does, the annealer. And it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it doesn't cool the glass right away. It's just going to hold it at a healthy temperature and then bring it down. And once again, this is continuous, so I think we'll be able to squeeze in one more. We usually take our lunch break around 1 p.m., so we'll make this piece here. Oh yeah, and I think I was talking about this color application process earlier, so I want to show off a video showing one more way to get color in the glass, and this is through a color drop or a color overlay. So could we see that video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this is where the whole project starts, is the glass furnace. Once again, this is holding a giant ceramic crucible filled with molten clear glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this stays on 24/7. That glass is always ready for us to use. And we'll go inside of this tank many times over, depending on how large of a piece we want to make. Then we can gather multiple layers of clear to build up some mass. And eventually this will be blown out into the overall shape of the body of our decanter, which, if anyone new has joined in, once again, we're working on this decanter right here on the pedestal. And this is being made for our annual Red Hot auction that happens in the fall. And next we sit at the center bench, start using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. The idea is to smooth and even things out and make sure that the heat is evenly dispersed throughout this bubble. And we'll start blowing this out basically immediately. Gabe can kind of control which way this blows out by using the newspapers. This pad in his hand is just folded up newspaper soaked with water. The idea is usually to keep the end of the bubble thick in the earlier part of the process so you don't have a thin bottom to your piece. And we'll use gravity to shape the glass by hanging it towards the floor, stretching that glass out. And we've also stretched a neck into this piece. This is a lot like making a bottle. We are essentially holding on to a section of the bubble and stretching it out and away from the pipe, just using force. And while the body is being made at the center bench, we'll have the foot for this piece being made over on the left. This is just a solid mass of clear glass that is then used to pick up some color on the outside. We'll have this same color throughout the entire piece as sort of an accent. And just to make sure to catch up everyone who has joined in a little bit more recently, this is the piece that we're making right here on the front pedestal. And this is a decanter that's being made for our upcoming Red Hot auction. And we have this once a year in the fall every year. This one has a few interesting techniques that I've been pointing out as the process goes along, such as that matte finish is just glass that is kind of sprinkled onto the surface of the piece and then barely heated enough for it to stick to the walls of the piece but not fully melt in. So we'll see that at the very end. But once again, we just have our foot being made over on the left bench. That'll be brought over and quite literally dropped onto the end of this bubble. And if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to grab my attention, raise your hand, and I'll come right over. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of good questions so far today, so keep it rolling. So we hold the blowpipe upright, and that solid color is brought over and dropped onto the end of the bubble. And while this still has a lot of heat, this is pretty much immediately shaped. And to finish this shape off, this is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. So yeah, the foot to these decanters, they are just completely solid. And once again, since I have a decent amount of people here in the hot shop, I want to share a few events that are coming up. We have a couple of pretty big free events that are coming up. So first off, we have Third Thursday. This is recurring every month, the third Thursday in the evening from 5 to 8 p.m. There's free admission into the museum, and there's glass blowing throughout that whole time as well. So if you can make that. There are a ton of people that stop by, hundreds sometimes. And we also have a really large event coming up called Glassfest Northwest. And this takes place mostly right outside the entrance of the museum on our Grand Plaza. There will be a bunch of tents set up, artist booths who are selling and displaying their art. And there will be glass demos, food trucks, and music. And there's free admission to that event and into the museum. I just want to specify. And then we also have the Seattle Art Fair that we'll be participating in this year. And, of course, that's up in Seattle. We'll have the mobile hot shop. And we'll also have kind of a gallery set up. And that's technically a partnership with Pilchuck, a glass school 2 hours north of us. Now we've just attached a pipe to the bottom of the piece. We'll let this connection cool down a little bit before breaking the piece entirely off of the pipe it was blown on. And this is a pretty pivotal moment. This is almost, you can imagine, like halfway through the process, and then you can work on the top half of the piece because we've flipped the orientation. So now that we've gotten enough heat built up, we can start working on the neck of the piece a lot more in the opening. So this is a little bit of excess glass that we'll be working with right here. This has been turned into a disc, and then as Gabe pulls away from the pipe, this is stretching the neck out and kind of thinning out that glass. And now this extra bit of glass is able to be broken off simply by shocking that connection with a cold metal tool and then tapping. And it might be a little bit hard to tell from where certain people are sitting, but the opening of this piece has a pretty thick lip, and the way that this is made is the glass is actually folded over onto itself. Oh, and just to point out, this is once again why we have two of the glory holes lit up, so we can work at two benches at the same time. While we are working on the neck at the center bench, Ben is creating the handle for the piece. So he's gotten some color, he started to shape that glass. So this piece of glass at the center bench, they're not going to be heating it up too much anymore. They already have the overall shape they want. Instead, they're going to try to keep it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So even though it looks cold and it is pretty much solid, it's still hovering around at that really high temperature. And to create the handle, this is done in one go. That colored glass is attached. And while there's still quite a bit of heat, Gabe is able to bend and twist the handle into the specific shape they want. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. I just wanted to point out that this is the piece that we're working on right now on this front pedestal. This is a decanter being made for our annual Red Hot auction that happens in the fall. So this is the theme for this year. They're going to make quite a few of these, along with some goblets of the same theme, and they'll be sold during that auction. And you'll notice that the piece of the center bench, the walls are completely clear, translucent. They don't have that texture yet. We'll apply that at the very end. All right, so Ben is saying that these will probably go for $250. Sorry? Okay, might be 3. Yeah, and I want to point out that they'll sell sets, like they'll sell some goblets and decanters together, and then they'll also sell some goblets by themselves. I'm not quite sure if they sell the decanters by themselves. That's something I would have to check up on. But yeah, they are completely unique. They only make them that year and then never again. So there are a limited amount of these decanters. Oh, and you know what? I haven't really shown this off today. Do we have some of the images of previous years' decanters and goblets? Decanters, not two cancers. All right, I guess I'll show this off a little bit later, maybe, but we are off in the powder booth. We've kind of seemingly disappeared around the corner. The powder booth does have a camera, and this is where we sprinkle that glass powder across the surface of the piece. This is giving us our final texture, where we have a little bit of a matte finish and kind of a golden color across the surface of the piece. And after we sprinkle this color on, we heat it up basically just enough for the glass to stick. We don't want to melt it into the piece, which is why we do it at the very end. If we were to do this in the beginning and then change the shape and blow it out, then that color would melt completely smooth. All right, now let's see if we can get the previous goblets and decanters up on the screen. Thank you very much. So up on the screen, I just wanted to show off how different the theme is each year, year after year. So these are all previous year's themes over the years. And at this point, we have finished our piece. So we'll break it off. Same way as earlier, applying a little bit of water to that connection point, enough to crack it. And then tapping the pipe to completely pop the piece off. And we'll torch the bottom to get rid of any sharpness or any markings from that connection to the pipe. And that piece is completely done. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that decanter. Thank you, everyone. And you can see all the previous ones in there whenever they open the door, which is kind of fun. This is the annealer, so if you haven't seen this box already, I'll give a simple explanation. It sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we keep it running throughout the day to fill it up with our finished pieces. It's held at that healthy temperature and then very slowly brought down overnight for about 12 hours. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. So I think that it is time for lunch. I'll check in, but usually we take our lunch around 1 p.m. Okay, yeah, lunchtime. So we'll be back in about an hour from now, so at around 2 p.m. And we'll have the official return time posted on the screen, by the way. So you can feel free to check in on the TV screens in the Grand Hall or just on the screen in here. All right. Welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Just seeing if I see any familiar faces. If anyone was here earlier, we are actually going to continue the same project we were working on for the first half of the day, which is making some of these decanters that you'll see on the front pedestal right here. So this is a decanter that was designed for our upcoming Red Hot auction we have once a year in the fall. And each year a theme is chosen amongst a large group of people in the museum. And based off of that theme, they will continuously make a decanter and some goblets as well. And so today we're seeing this decanter made. They've really gotten into the flow of it. They finish one every little bit less than 30 minutes, it's looking like, which is really fast. But this does take a relatively large group of people. So we have 3 people working on these decanters. They're all working for the museum. They're our resident team. And the majority of people you see work on this floor have between about 20 and 30 years of experience, some of them even a little bit over 30 years of experience. So they make everything look really easy. Now I do want to give a little overview of the hot shop. So starting where Max is in the back, this tank with the closed door is where we get all of our fresh, clear glass. This is where we start our projects. And this sits at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. It never turns down. If anything, we actually turn the heat up to fill the tank with more glass. And these open face furnaces, these are our glory holes. They reheat the glass so that we can continue to work with it. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And yeah, once again, this is just clear glass that we're starting with. So we'll build the body of the decanter, and then we add in all these other details such as the handle and the stamp and the foot. And at the very end is when they add that finishing kind of matte detailing on the surface of the entire piece. And feel free to ask any questions if you guys have any. I usually just kind of follow along with the process and maybe mention a couple of other random things along the way. Yeah, that was just a nozzle blowing some compressed air, if you're curious. We use it to cool the glass a little bit faster than if we were to just leave it alone. So that way we can gather our next layer of clear. Oh yeah, just to show you the variety in our themes and just show that it's completely different each year, could we have the slideshow with the previous goblets and decanters? There's a slideshow that I've been showing off every once in a while, and this just shows us some previous year's themes. And once we've moved over to the center bench, this means that we have enough glass to actually work with on our project, so we're going to start blowing this out into the overall shape for our decanter, which I know a few new people have joined in here and there, so I want to show off again. This is the piece that we're working on right now, this decanter on the front pedestal. And this is an upcoming red hot auction item. So usually, not usually, each year during our annual auction, Red Hot, in the fall, we will create a theme, and it will create decanters and goblets based off of that theme. And we'll sell some of them in sets even, so you can expect to be able to purchase these in the near future. Now this is when they start blowing up the piece quite a bit, so Gabe is using this pad. It's actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water. And this is able to kind of guide which way the bubble blows out and keep one area thicker. And next, Gabe uses the jacks, these two metal blades, and he's going to be stretching out a section of the glass that's attached to the pipe. This eventually will become the neck to the piece. And I do get questions about this torch, so I'll point out it is about the same temperature as the glory holes, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But we use it to apply heat to sections of the glass at a time. So we'll, in this case, we heated up the neck so that we were able to create this divot with the jacks, kind of squeeze in near the pipe. And this is going to be our breaking point. Later on, we'll take the piece off of the pipe from that line. Yeah, while they are blowing this piece out at the center bench, the left bench is used for all of the details for the rest of the piece. So the handle, the foot, and then the stamp in the front as well. So Max is preparing the foot at this moment. So large mass of clear glass, it's solid all the way through. And the way that we're getting color on this piece of glass is our first bit of color we're seeing for this piece is through something called frit. F-R-I-T. These are these little shards of colored glass that will basically just roll the clear glass through to pick up on the outside. And for those of you who are sitting closer to the front, you can actually see a sort of speckled appearance in the things like the foot from using frit. Compared to something like this that has kind of a solid or smooth layer of color all the way through. And that's a completely different technique. And to attach the foot, this is quite literally dropped onto the end of the bubble and then cut off. And then using mostly just residual heat, this can be shaped into our foot, sandwiching it between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. And welcome to anyone who's recently joined or is just joining in. I just want to point out once again the piece that we are working on. So you can already see a lot of the shape similarities overall, but we are working on this decanter right here on the front pedestal. This is for an upcoming auction that we have once a year called Red Hot. And each year we choose a theme and we'll create a bunch of decanters and goblets based off of that theme. So we are continuously making as many of these decanters as we can today. And we'll see some of those goblets in the near future as well, I'm sure. And we're just doing this one step at a time. So we already have the overall shape of our body. We have the foot, and we're going to soon attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece and then break the entire piece off of this pipe that it was built on. So that has just been attached. And to break a piece off, we'll usually just crack that connection. So we'll use some water and apply that to this divot we've created, and then tap the pipe to pop the entire piece off. And because of this move we've just done, we can now start working on the top half of the piece, or the neck. Also, I keep scanning because I'm making sure nobody has any questions. So just a little reminder, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and I'll come right over. So, interestingly enough, the bottoms of pieces that we make in the hot shop, let me just see, that's the case of this one. This one is more so just completely flat on the bottom, but usually for blown pieces of glass, we actually make sure the bottom has a small divot, essentially, or is very slightly divoted. And you'll see that for a lot of blown pieces. So it doesn't rock around, basically, and it doesn't have to be perfectly flat. Yeah, right now we're just working on building up a lot of heat just in the opening of the piece, which you'll see when we come back. And each time I've seen these guys make any blown piece whatsoever, it could be a cylinder, it could be a cup, it could be a vase or a decanter like we're seeing today, they'll always trim some glass off of the opening and kind of get rid of any thickness that remains, any unevenness. So at this point, we've gotten rid of that excess glass, which was that disc that they knocked off not too long ago. And then they heated up the lip again and actually folded it onto itself just to create a thicker lip. And while they have been working on that, Ben has been starting on the handle, which is using the same color as the foot, of course. He has shaped this out into a long and narrow shape. And you'll bring that over and attach it to the neck first before it's stretched out and turned into our handle. And this has to be done all in one go. You only really have one chance to make a handle. So we don't make color ourselves, but we get it shipped in, pre-made in various forms. So we use solid pieces of color to get this sort of smooth finish on the surface. So we use powdered color to get that sort of matte texture for this piece, which you will see pretty soon, luckily. But the colors themselves, they actually come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the raw clear glass mixture. So that handle has just been attached. And Gabe quickly takes the tweezers and is able to twist it and push it onto the surface of the piece again to finish off the handle. Now this small bit of color that we brought over, this is used for the stamp on the opposite side of the handle. I guess I should say on the opposite side from the handle. And this is the Museum of Glass logo that we're stamping down. Yeah, usually with pieces like this, we try to either sign the piece or stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo somewhere. So now we have all of those added details, such as the handle, the foot, and that stamp. So pretty soon here, we'll see them get our final layer of color across the entire piece. And once again, this is using a powdered colored glass. And as a lot of you may know, inhaling glass is dangerous. So we actually go to a little station called the powder booth, and this has some good ventilation inside of the box that we use. And we actually sift that powder down on top of the glass. Can we have a view of the powder booth, please? Thank you. So we can actually see the booth up on the screen. Luckily, we have a camera in that box. They heat up the glass just enough for the powder to stick to it when they sift it over top, and then they heat it up once again to kind of lock it in. And this is done multiple times over to make sure that they have a decent layer of that color. Yeah, and one more important step. So I'm not sure how many of you guys have been paying this close of attention, but you can see there's a difference in the glory hole. All of a sudden, there's flames coming out the top of it. And that means that we have turned up the gas inside of the glory hole. And the idea is this flame is going to react with the glass, which has metals, minerals, oxides inside of it, and it's going to pull those metals to the surface of the piece. And it's going to give the piece a little bit of a golden metallic finish wherever it reacts with that flame, which you can see a little bit easier if you come up closer to this piece. And now this piece is completely done, so we do the same thing as earlier, applying a little bit of water to that connecting point. We'll knock it off and then torch the bottom to get rid of any sharpness or marking from the pipe's connection. And just like that, this piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. Now, I know a lot of you haven't seen this piece of equipment yet. This is the annealer, and it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit at the moment. We're going to continuously load pieces inside of it, and at the end of the day, we press a button and it slowly cools everything all at once. And this just prevents thermal shock, which could happen very quickly. If we were to finish that piece and set it on the floor, it could start to break apart in a matter of seconds even. And this is continuous, so we are going to make, once again, as many of these as we can before the end of the day today. And I know I was talking a lot about color earlier, so could we have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And we have gotten started on the next decanter already. I always point out once we move over to the center bench, that means that we have all the glass we need for that project. So this is all the glass that is used for the body of the decanter itself. That wooden spoon-shaped tool, this is the block. We keep it constantly saturated in water so that it forms a layer of steam in between the wood and the surface of the glass, the light and frost effect. That causes the wood and the glass to hopefully never actually touch, which could burn away that wood. So after blowing this out a little bit, Gabe uses the jacks to hold on to a portion of the bubble and pull away from the pipe, which stretches a neck out into the piece. So this is something we would do for bottles very frequently. So if we want to make the neck of a bottle. And then we immediately, still using that residual heat, create a divot right off the end of the pipe as our breaking point for later on. And for anyone that's recently joined, I want to point out once again, this decanter up in the front, this is what we're getting started on right now. So we form the overall shape of the body, and then we add these details such as the handle and the foot, and then we finish off the entire thing with that sort of powdery textured surface. So for the coloring that we've seen for the foot is using Frit, which I pointed out to the people who saw the first piece, but if you weren't here for the first time, basically Frit are these little shards of colored glass, and we'll usually keep them in a dish, like a metal bowl, and roll the clear glass inside of it to pick it up on the outside. So if you look a little closer at the piece on the front pedestal, you can see within the foot and within the handle and everything that it's almost more of a speckling of color. It's not just a solid color all throughout. I just think it's kind of fun knowledge to have, because then when you go to like antique stores and secondhand stores, you can like look at the bottom of the piece. Okay, it has a punty mark where it was connected to the pipe, and then you look at the texture of the glass. You're like, oh, I know what kind of color they used or how they did this in general. It just kind of feels like a magical power. So now that we have finished the foot, we've finished the overall shape. Ben is going to bring over another pipe with a clear attachment on the end. And this is the punty. The purpose of the punty is basically just to flip the orientation of the piece or to get access to another part of the piece in general. So now that we've attached that pipe, we just break the piece off from its original pipe using some water and then tapping. And the science behind that, it's just causing thermal shock, which causes cracks, and then tapping the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks and pops it off. So while they've been fixing up the opening of this decanter and working on folding the lip over onto itself, those were the couple of moves that you just saw right there. Ben has been preparing the handle for the decanter, so he's just brought that over. Same color as the foot, even though it's glowing that bright orange right now just because of the heat. This is attached to the neck first and then stretched and attached to the lower half of the decanter. This has to be done in one go. You only have that residual heat from when it was brought over to work with, because if you heat up the handle again, you're going to be heating up the neck and the rest of the piece. Now this stamp is the final kind of detail that we needed to add overall. Now we can start focusing on, once again, getting that overall color on the surface of the glass and that texture. And now you'll see how we do that. So I find this very satisfying. We'll kind of go around the corner and disappear to the powder booth. And the powder booth is where we use our powdered glass. We just want to make sure not to inhale any of that powdered glass, so we use this ventilated booth. That's the only reason behind that. We'll sprinkle that powder across the surface of the piece. Can we have a view of the powder booth, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a view of the powder booth. And we'll use this a couple of times, so don't worry if you only saw it for a second. But we heat up the glass just enough for the powder to stick. We sprinkle that powder on, or sift it on. And then we lightly heat it to kind of lock that powder down, so it's not able to just, if I run my finger across, it's not going to just crumb off. And we'll do this multiple times. It seems like 2 or 3 times so far, to make sure that we can't really see through the color. And yeah, for those who just joined in, welcome. And we're working on this decanter right here. This is for our upcoming Red Hot auction that we have yearly in the fall. And each year we choose a completely different theme and design a decanter and a goblet based off of that theme. It's really cool. They do a bunch of prototyping as well. So this is the final design, of course, but there's a bunch of prototyping, a bunch of different designs that were created beforehand. It's a lot of work going into this piece. So we finished with the powder application. And now we are heating it up inside of the glory hole again, but this time is a little bit different. You'll notice that the glory hole has a bunch of flames coming out of the opening up at the top, and this is unusual. We've turned the gas way up more than we usually would, and this is going to produce a flame that can pull the metals from the colored glass to the surface, and that creates a little bit of a metallic finish. So a lot of pieces of glass that have a metallic finish to them, especially on the surface of the glass, I should emphasize, this is usually how they get that. So you can see, especially on the screen, for some reason, that this glass is a metallic, sort of golden color. And to break the piece off, just like earlier, we apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe to pop the piece off. And we'll torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharpness and any marks that are left from the pipe. That piece is completely done. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that decanter. Thank you, everyone. And this is the annealer. This box keeps everything at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and the box itself stays at that temperature. When we're finished making all of our pieces for the day, we just press a button and everything very slowly cools down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And I was just about to point out to you guys, since you just came in, that, of course, this is the decanter that we've been working on. And this is for our upcoming Red Hot auction that we have each year in the fall. And it's completed with a wax stamp. It's not actually wax, it's glass. A stamp that is the Museum of Glass logo, as well as this topper, which I think eventually will have cork or some sort of rubbery material to hold it in place. But yeah, this is our final design, and we're making as many as we can today, and there will be a bunch of goblets to go alongside them. Also, I do want to point out, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. Yeah, so they're actually already started over on the left bench. We have at least one layer of clear. It's kind of hard for me to see from here. Yeah. We have some clear glass on the end of a pipe. We've blown a small bubble. And we'll eventually bring this over to the center bench to fully blow it out and turn it into the body. Yeah, we'll usually start our projects on the side benches and then bring it to the center bench once we have all the material we need. And I'm not sure why they do that, honestly, but that's just something they do with every single project I've noticed. They have their routines. Yeah, we're just blowing some compressed air onto the glass. Just cooling it down a little faster than if we were to leave it alone. And eventually we'll gather a layer of clear over top of this. So you'll notice we let the previous layer cool down each time. And that's to basically have a solid core within the next layer of clear so we can push it around and even it out a lot easier. And this is our glass furnace, of course. This is where we get all of our fresh molten clear glass and where we start all of our projects. It sits at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. And it stays at that temperature 24/7. We never turn it down. We never turn it off. And similarly, you know, this is nice. This is not usually on the floor, but this furnace over on the right side of the hot shop is out of the wall. This is our mobile hot shop furnace, but it's really nice to be able to see the shape and the size of it. This one's way smaller than what we use in here. And we've used this a couple of times. This is the block, or a block. This wooden spoon-shaped tool is kept constantly saturated in water, which is inside of those buckets behind the bench. The idea is to form a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass to prevent it from burning too much as it shapes it. And this is when we'll start blowing up the piece quite a bit. And this happens very quickly. And it's a lot easier than some people may think. I think some people imagine we're like blowing really hard, or some people that do this have like super strong lungs, but it actually takes very little force to blow up the glass when it's this soft. And this is where a lot of the shaping is done. So Gabe is using the jacks, these two metal blades. He's essentially holding on to a section of the bubble. And from where you guys are sitting, it's a little hard to see, but he's pulling away from the pipe, and that's stretched out a neck for the decanter. This is the same thing we would do for bottles, for example. It's really hard to make this move look really smooth as it is. Yeah, when we blow into the end of the pipe, it's expanding the glass kind of like a balloon. So it's making the walls of the glass thinner, but it's also making the piece larger, which is why we have to start with a certain amount of material in the beginning. And there's really no going back if we blow it out too thin. And it honestly, it does work like a straw, by the way, so we can actually suck air back out. And we do that on purpose sometimes to create these sort of indentations in a piece or to create something called a suck bowl. That's pretty popular. We make a sort of an orb shape blown piece of glass, heat up half of it, and then completely suck it in on itself to create a bowl shape. It's a good like starting piece when you're first learning. Oh yeah, while they were finishing blowing this out at the center bench, Max has been starting on another piece of glass over on the left. This is going to be brought over and attached as the foot for our decanter. So this solid mass of glass is quite literally dropped onto the bottom or the end of the bubble. And despite how the glass appears right now, this is going to cool and turn into that sort of reddish brown color. And to finish off the shape of the foot, this is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. And for those who just joined in, I want to point out this is the piece that we are making over on the right pedestal, your right. And this is one of our red hot auction items. So each year we have our red hot auction in the fall, so it is coming up. And we will choose a theme, and based off of that theme, we'll design a goblet and a decanter and make basically as many as we can, it sounds like, before selling those during the auction. And this is the year's themed decanter right here. And could I have some of the previous year's examples of decanters? Thank you. So I don't think I've shown this off to you guys yet. So up on the screen, there's a slideshow going showing off some previous decanter and goblet designs. So you can see it. When I say that each year there's a different theme, I mean like a completely different theme. It's very different year to year. And I think some of this year's imagery was things like old libraries and wax seals, like wax stamps and candles, and kind of like a kind of a moody library sort of feel. It's kind of hard to describe, but they come up with this whole sheet and put a bunch of colors and imagery on it. Each year, they sell or try to sell every single decanter and goblet, and once they make those and sell those, that's it. They don't make any more of them, and so they are pretty limited. And I will point out that these aren't auction items themselves necessarily. They're sold individually and they have the same price tag for each of them. Yeah. Yeah. So we just attached a pipe to the bottom of the piece and then completely broke it off of that previous pipe. The idea is to kind of flip the orientation so we can start working on the neck a little bit more. Yeah, usually glass blowers, I mean, at least in this hot shop, they try to make sure that everything is attached hot in the hot shop. Rarely is anything glued. Yeah, so we'll be attaching the handle after we fix up the neck a little bit, and then we'll be attaching that stamp to the front. And then they finish the entire piece by adding this powdered glass over the surface. And that's also done hot. They just get the glass barely hot enough for it to stick, but not hot enough for it to melt in. And yeah, for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop, first of all. But I was just pointing out to some of the audience members that this is the piece that we are working on right now over on the right pedestal. And this is a decanter that's being made for this year's annual Red Hot auction that we have in the fall. Yeah, while they're fixing up and continuing to work on the neck at the center bench, over on the left bench, Ben has been working with some glass and turning it into the overall shape of the handle. This will be brought over attached to the neck and then kind of stretched out. And the handle is really fun to watch. It's super quick, but it has to be done in one move, using all that heat that was built up before it was even brought over. So they've been keeping this piece of glass at the center bench at kind of an in-between temperature. It's sitting at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit probably. And this is not hot enough to really change the shape, but it's not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock, which is very important. But they don't want it to cool down too much, so they're using this fluffy flame. They'll probably give the entire piece a brief heat, and Ben will bring over that handle pretty soon. So this is attached to the neck before being stretched and cut. And then this is bent into its final shape pretty much right away. And like I said, this is all done pretty much in one go. So after this was attached, they heat up that second connection a little bit further. It's a little bit of a colder connection, as you can see, versus when they first attached it to the neck. So it should be nice and secure. And we still have one more detail to add, and that is the stamp that's on the opposite side of the piece as the handle. So one more bit of color is brought over, cut off, and then they torch it to melt it smooth before stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo. And I see a few new people have joined in here and there. So now we just have one more important step for this piece, and that's getting that overall texture or finish across the surface. So we are going to keep this piece of glass just barely warm enough for powdered glass to stick to the surface. And we'll bring it over to our powder booth and add that color on top. And once again, the only reason we use this powder booth is just to prevent the artist from inhaling any powdered glass as they work with it. So up on the screen, we do have a camera in here, so you're not completely in the dark. We just sift that color over top of the surface of the piece. And to finish this piece off, I think this is pretty cool, but we turn up the gas inside of the glory hole. You can see all the flames kind of coming out the top of it right in the front. And this flame is going to pull the metals inside of that colored glass we just sprinkled onto the surface and create a little bit of a metallic finish. Yeah, I think this is about where you guys joined in. And this flame heats up the piece pretty quickly too. You can see all that movement in there. So they have to be careful with how much they're heating it. Make sure they don't lose the shape of the handle, for example. It's all a balance. And now they get ready to break the piece off and put it away. And to break the piece off, we apply a little bit of water to that connecting point. And eventually a tap to the pipe will just pop that piece off. After torching the bottom smooth, this piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you. Each of these pieces is seeming to take about a half hour, maybe even a little bit less. Yeah. As they continue to work on these pieces, they get into a certain groove and then they just whip them out like crazy. Hey, could we have the Kids Design Glass video, please? There's a lot of youth in the audience, so I want to make sure that you all know about this program.
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, We've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special.
Yeah, welcome to anyone who has just joined in. We're continuing to work on some of these decanters, which you'll see on the front pedestal right here. And this all starts with a single layer of clear glass on the end of a pipe. So this is the glass furnace. If you haven't seen this already, this sits at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It holds up to about 1,000 pounds of glass. I know that sounds like a lot, but we actually do go through it relatively quickly. And just like honey, it will stick to the end of our pipe. So all we do to pick it up is stick our pipe into that melted pool of glass inside of the crucible and turn. And it gathers a ball on the end. Yeah, just to point out, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. This is just the very beginning of the process. From here, we'll just gather a couple more layers of clear, and that's when we start blowing it out and actually turning it into our decanter. So the cloth one, right? Yeah, so, the block, the wooden tool. Yeah, that's called a block, and basically it's a wooden spoon-shaped tool that kind of smooths and evens the glass out, kind of rounds it out. You can see we have a perfectly round bubble within the piece. And this is usually done a couple of times in between some heats or around some heats to make sure the temperature is even all throughout. And now that we're at the center bench, this means that we have all the clear glass we need to create the overall shape of the decanter. So we continue to use that same wooden spoon-shaped tool, just kind of smoothing the glass out a couple of times, and then we'll start blowing this out, creating our neck and our body. It all happens pretty quick from here. Each of these pieces takes about 30 minutes, a little bit under, honestly. So I think you can kind of make it work with two people if you really need to. And technically, you can even blow glass by yourself, especially if it's a smaller item like an ornament or even a small cup. But it is ideal to have at least 3 people or even about 4 sometimes. You have one person who sits at the bench, one person who blows, and then the third person can do some things such as shielding the artist's arms from the heat using some wooden paddles. Yeah, glass blowing is a huge team sport. You can't really do it very easily on your own. So this has already been blown up quite a bit. And Gabe was using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That's all that material is. So holding on to a section of the bubble with the jacks, Gabe pulls away from the pipe and this stretches out a neck, just like that. We already have a neck, we already have our body overall, and now we'll mostly just focus on heating and working with that lower section of the bubble, the body. Blow it out, make it a little bit longer. And while they're finishing off this overall shape at the center bench, over on the left, Max is going to start preparing the foot of the piece. So that'll eventually be brought over and, well, quite literally dropped onto the bottom of the piece. And I know a few of you haven't seen the kind of the beginning process of this part where we get the color to begin with. So just to point out, to get the color for this particular piece, we're using frit, which basically are these shards of colored glass. We'll roll the clear glass over top of them, usually inside of a metal dish to pick them up on the outside. So we technically only have a layer of color on the outside of the foot. It's not colored all throughout or smoothly. If anything, it has a little speckling. And to finish off the shape of this foot, this is sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. And this creates that more angular foot. So at the very end of the process, after we get the handle and the stamp on this side and basically just finish the entire thing overall, we apply a powdered colored glass to the surface. And we apply it in such a way that we don't melt it in, but we get it just hot enough to stick. So it still has like a grainy, almost sandy texture, but it's not going to rub off. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, that's something that makes this piece pretty unique, I think. It's that matte finish. There are other ways to get matte finishes, by the way. Like if you go through the galleries and you see a piece that has kind of, it's not completely transparent. It might look a lot smoother than this, though. People sandblast pieces of glass. They grind them. Sometimes they even etch them with acid to eat away at the surface of the glass enough to cause that matteness. So now we've just attached a pipe to the bottom of the piece, broke the piece off from its original pipe, so we can start working on the neck a little bit more. And for those who just joined in, I want to point out once again that we're continuing to work on these decanters like you see on the pedestal. Yeah, one big difference, this piece of glass is mostly clear for now, but at the very end we apply a powdered glass to the surface to get that final texture and color. Yeah, for those who just joined in, once again, we're continuing to work on making these decanters like you see on the pedestal over there. And by the way, I don't know, it might be kind of hard for certain people to see, so I keep turning this to show off that there's a handle on one side and there's a stamp on the other side. So that's the final product of what we're making right now. Now the opening is completely flared out into a disc, and Gabe uses this disc as leverage or kind of a handle to stretch the rest of the neck out. And this is just to thin the neck out before breaking off this excess piece of glass. We're trying to get to a pretty exact size and shape for each of these decanters, since they are going to be used for our annual Red Hot auction. While they've been finishing off the lip or the opening of this piece, Ben has been preparing the handle for this piece over on the left bench, so that will eventually be brought over and attached. And to finish off the lip, they simply folded it over itself to create a thicker rim. So they've kept the piece a little bit warm at the center bench, not warm enough to really change shape. And that handle is just brought over, stretched out to its full size before being cut off the pipe. And in one motion, Gabe attaches this to the body of the piece before giving it a nice little twist to kind of finish it off. Yeah, something I love to point out about these decanters, because they are handmade and they're not made in a mold in any sort of way, they're all going to turn out slightly different from each other. Some of them might have a little bit more height, some of them might be a little bit shorter, some of them will have a little bit more curve in the handle, some of them maybe a little bit less. And that makes them all very individual. People can kind of choose which one they want based off their exact taste. It's also proof that they're handmade. So they just have one more bit of color to bring over and attach to the piece, and that is the stamp. On the opposite side of the piece is the handle. And for those who are just joining in, welcome into the Hot Shop. We've already gotten pretty close to finishing this piece off. Now make sure to point out the piece on the front pedestal to your guys' right here. This is the piece that we're working on right now. So to finish this off, we have to create this texture on the surface of the glass. So that's what we're doing next. We've moved over to the left side of the Hot Shop, and eventually we will go into the powder booth. The powder booth is basically just a well-ventilated box that we dust or sift powdered glass onto a piece or a bubble. And could we have a view of the powder booth? Yeah, perfect. So we're in the powder booth now. This is the color that we're sifting over the surface, and this is going to be heated up just enough to stick to the glass, but not enough to melt flat or smooth, so that we have that nice grainy kind of matte finish to the piece. So when we come back to the center bench, you'll see that our entire surface of our piece of glass is covered in that powder. Now we have one more important step. So for those of you sitting kind of here and maybe a little further that way, you can see these flames coming out of the top of the glory hole. And this is us turning the gas up inside of there. And that flame is going to pull the metals from that colored glass to the surface and create a more metallic finish. So some pieces you'll see in the gallery and throughout different galleries that display glass art, if they have the surface of the glass as a metallic finish, this is one way to get that. And now that we are finished, to break the piece off, we'll apply a little bit of water to the end of the pipe and then tap, and that should just pop the piece right off. We'll torch the bottom to get rid of any markings left from the pipe, and then carry it over to the annealer to be put away. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that decanter. Thank you, everyone. So the annealer, I know a lot of you guys haven't seen it yet. So this box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day, and we continuously fill it up. And eventually, at the end of the day, press a button to cool everything all at once, which prevents thermal shock. Yeah, it has to cool for a decent amount of time, about 12 hours, and it depends on the thickness of the glass. And I think we will see at least one more decanter. These each take a little under 30 minutes. We're making as many as we can today for, once again, that upcoming Red Hot auction. I also do want to talk about a couple of free things coming up. So if you guys are in the area, every third Thursday we have free admission into the museum from 5 to 8 p.m. That's going to be the 17th this month. And then we also have a huge event coming up called Glass Fest Northwest. And that's where a bunch of artists set up booths outside the front of the museum in tents. There's sometimes food trucks and music. There will be glass demonstrations here in the hot shop, free admission to the museum and to the event itself. It's a pretty big one, yeah. I've been making sure to point it out because it's just a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're just getting started on our next one over on the left bench. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop to those who joined in. We're continuing to work on our decanters, which are, once again, right there up on the front pedestal. They all start with a clear base. We'll add those colored bits of glass for the handle and the foot and the stamp. And then to finish the piece off, the entire thing is sifted with a colored powdered glass, which creates that matte and kind of grainy finish on the surface of the piece. So first things first, we stretch the neck out before blowing out the overall body for the piece. So while they are continuing to just finish off the overall shape of the center bench, Max will start preparing the foot over on the left bench. And this is why we have 2 of the glory holes lit up today. I get questions about why we have multiple of these furnaces running, and there's not really a significant difference between them. It's just we need to be able to work on multiple components at the same time. Hi, welcome in. I want to point out, once again, we're just continuing to work on our decanters, which we have an example on the front pedestal here. If you're curious about what Gabe was doing, he's actually scraping or scratching the bottom of the piece with a broken piece of glass or a piece of cane. And this is creating just a small mark, enough for him to hit on center when they drop this solid bit of glass on top. So once again, this is just solid clear glass in the center, and then we have our color completely surrounding it on the outside. This is going to eventually cool down and turn into that reddish brown that we're seeing in those details. So this one is pretty unique. I haven't seen this very frequently, but if you use a powdered glass on the surface of the piece and you don't melt it in fully, then it will leave a physical and visual texture behind. So we just use a powdered colored glass on the surface of the entire finished piece. Yeah. Yeah, so it's clear for the most part during the process. Like we've just finished making the foot. That means that we've finished overall the lower half of the piece. We'll attach another pipe to the bottom, break the entire piece off of this pipe that it's on right now, and then we'll be able to start adding those other details. So we've just attached that pipe to the bottom. And once that is secure, they'll go ahead and break the piece off by applying a little bit of water to crack that connection, and then tapping the pipe. I know, it's pretty quick. And if they don't get that right, for example, if the pipe that they bring over is cold, then the piece just falls off of both pipes and onto the floor, for example. Or if that connection's still too hot when they break it off, then the piece starts flopping around and it can tag or fall off center. Yeah. But these guys, they make everything look very smooth, very fluid. It's because they've been working with glass for a long time. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. I just want to point out once again that we are working on the piece that you see on the pedestal to the right of the hot shop in the front there. So this is our decanter for this year's annual Red Hot auction. So each year we have an auction called Red Hot in the fall, and we'll make a theme, and based off of that theme, we'll make decanters and goblets. And they make quite a decent amount of them, but they are completely limited. They never make them again. They're never recreated. And we're getting pretty close to finishing this piece. Things go pretty quick from here. We're just going to finish off the top of the neck, and then we'll bring over some details. So we've stretched the neck out a little bit, and we're knocking that extra piece of glass off. This is just mostly to thin out the glass near the opening. And then next we'll go in and we will actually fold the opening onto itself to create a thicker lip. And while they're still finishing the neck of the piece at the center bench, over on the left, Ben is working on making the handle for the piece. So same process as most of the other colored bits of glass. Start with clear, get that layer of color on the outside, shape it, and then bring it over. So in that quick move right there, Gabe has already folded the lip over itself. Oh, and I want to mention real quick one more time, if anyone has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. I haven't really given an overview of the Hot Shop to anyone who's recently joined in, but I'll make sure to do that after we attach the handle to this piece. So very quickly, Ben brings over the handle for the piece. This is attached to the neck first before being stretched to its full size, cut, and then immediately in one go, Gabe will twist this into our handle. And I've been emphasizing each time this is done, this has to be completed in one go. We have to use that same residual heat from the initial heat to create our handle. And this isn't a detail I've pointed out very much. You can kind of see it, but this is a Roman handle. So they take a tool, I think the tweezers, and they actually push it into the glass before they bring it over to attach. And that creates 3 distinct kind of sections of the handle. And the best way to describe that pattern is if you actually just look at your 3 fingers together, you have those kind of humps. Yeah. So just layers upon layers of details for this piece. And after bringing over one more bit of that color, this is stamped with the Museum of Glass logo. So now we have all of the individual components we need. The one final step we have left, final and maybe most important, is getting that matte texture across the surface of the glass, which I've been getting a lot of questions about because it is pretty unique. Once again, this is going to be the application of a powdered colored glass across the surface. And this is just barely heated up enough that it sticks but doesn't melt flat. So that way we have that grainy or sort of matte texture across the surface. So we go to the powder booth, which is hidden around the corner. This has some good ventilation, making sure that the artists don't inhale the powdered glass. And we have a view of this up on the screen. So even though you can't see it in person, you guys can still see what's going on. And now that we have that layer of color, we come back to the center bench. And this is a little bit subtle, but for those who are sitting maybe more in this area, you can actually see flames coming out the top of the glory hole that we're using. And that means we've turned up the gas inside, and that is going to react with the colored glass on the surface. It's going to pull the metals to the surface of the glass. This is going to create a golden metallic finish for this glass specifically. And now that we're completely done, we break the piece off of the pipe. Yes, so usually the glory holes are not different from each other, but this time they are different because this one we turned up the gas a little bit more and that pulled the metals to the surface of the piece. So yeah, in this case it is a little bit different. It's not really a huge difference in temperature. I think this one is hotter when we turn up the gas, but it was more so just to pull the metals to the surface of the glass. The torch right here? Yeah, so the torch, we used to heat up sections of the glass at a time, and I think in this case it's also reacting to the surface of the glass. But yeah, usually we just use it to heat up sections of the glass at a time. So it's really hard to explain the exact science behind it, but it's pulling the metals from inside of the glass color to the surface of the glass and creating a metallic finish on the surface. So we will be making one more item in the hot shop, and we are actually changing it up a little bit. So this time we're going to see, as they call it, a quote-unquote fancy drinking glass. But this is going to probably be a cup almost similar to a goblet with an avolio and a blown foot. So we'll see how this turns out. We haven't made any of these yet today. This is mostly just for fun to kind of finish off the day. So the furnaces there are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, 2100 to 2300. I know, it's insane. Yeah, so everything along that wall, it's all running off of natural gas. So we have a big natural gas line that's hooked up to everything. For a more focused project, like whenever we use this small handheld torch right here, for example, this is actually running off of propane and oxygen to create a sharper flame. So we do have a couple of different fuel sources in the hot shop. Oh no, they just finished that one, and now they're just making something for fun. So it's going to be a little smaller. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That'll be the last piece of the day. We have about 20 minutes left, so they can definitely fit this in. It's basically going to be a fancy drinking glass. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're getting started on the screen. You can see them over on the left bench. So Gabe has a gather or a layer of clear glass on the end of his pipe. He's rolled this on the marver, this metal table, into a cylindrical shape and blown into the end of the pipe to create our bubble. So this is already a hollow piece of glass now, just like that. Yeah, the table is made out of stainless steel, and when we roll the glass on the table, it actually is pulling heat out of the glass. So this has already been blown out quite a bit. We started the jack line, which is the divot right off the end of the pipe, our breaking point. And this is basically the bowl of the cup or the goblet, so what we would drink out of. We'll usually start with that first before moving on to other sections. I know, they make it look so fancy, but when we swing the glass or even just hang it down towards the floor, or in this case did a 360 spin, this is using gravity to stretch it out, and also this is using centrifugal force to stretch it out, yeah. So now we have a really tall shape. So we just brought over a bit of clear glass, attached that to the end of the piece, and then this has been shaped into something called the Ovolio. And essentially, this is a water tower shape, I think they call it. It's basically like a very angular hourglass shape. And this is a very thin connection point between the bowl of the glass, so the drinking portion, and the foot of the glass. And sometimes this is where we would attach other components, maybe to make the stem taller, for example. Yeah, this is cool. I didn't think we would get a taste of goblet making today, but we are. Yeah, I want to point out, I know a few new people have joined in, so I wanted to point out we were making some pieces earlier, specifically this piece on the pedestal, and this is for an upcoming auction that we have once a year called Red Hot. And we also create the same theme, but goblets for the decanters, so people can buy them as sets. So the different colors come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass mixture. And I'm not sure about the exact ones, but I know, for example, a pink color comes from gold chloride. So that's one of the more expensive colors because it comes from gold. So I love using that as an example. Now we've just brought over a bubble of clear glass, dropped it onto the end of the Ovolio, and we're going to eventually open this up into our foot. So first things first is they have to reopen up this bubble by knocking a section of it off. So still focusing a lot of heat just on the foot. This can now be sandwiched between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom. Just completely flattening and smoothing it out. You guys came in to see us finish our last piece. Yeah, we're kind of maybe halfway through or so. We just finished making the foot for this fancy drinking glass, so they're calling it. It's very goblet-like. This is a lot like making a goblet, where we made the bowl, the drinking portion, and then we also made an Ovolio, kind of a connection point, and then we've just finished the foot. So now to be able to finish the piece off and kind of open up the top of the cup, we're going to bring over another pipe, which Ben has been working with a little bit of clear glass on the end. you'll attach this right to the center of the bottom of the piece. And to break the piece off, they just apply a little bit of pressure with the cold metal tool and it pops off, mostly from thermal shock. Usually if it were a bigger piece, they'd break the piece off using water, which you guys probably saw earlier with the bigger pieces we were making. So now we flip the orientation. We'll be able to start heating up just around the opening and going in and flaring this out. And sometimes we get wax on tools that we don't want wax on, and so Max is cleaning a pair of shears in the front here. So this isn't something that'll be used, but making sure that that tool won't slide the next time we want to use it. Yeah, welcome in, guys. We're just finishing off our last piece. This is going to be a fancy drinking glass, or basically a goblet that we're making right now. To get rid of some excess glass, Gabe is trimming with a pair of shears just the opening of the piece. This is done with basically every blown piece you'll see made in the hot shop. And now to finish opening it up, Gabe goes on the inside of the piece with the jacks. This is done in very short bursts, as I'm sure you'll notice. The glass is so thin that it's heating up very quickly and cooling down very quickly. Now, to break this piece off, some water is applied to the end of the pipe, and this is knocked off onto basically a heated fork. And that was a clean break. So this goes into the annealer to very slowly cool down overnight, preventing thermal shock. And that was the last piece of the day. So let's give them a round of applause.